where the threads fly high. Punching and weaving, making it right. Create when with Candace is live tonight. She's got patterns bold, colors that sing, rug punching magic, doing her thing. Even when Binks takes a snooze on her mat, she's still punching fast, ain't got time for that cat. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, latch, and grin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Blue-eyed Binks likes to steal the scene, curling up cozy on her latest creation. But Candace don't stop, she's on a roll, turning yarn, thread, and wool into works with soul. From swirls to flowers, stripes, and more, her rugs are a hit, fans cheer and roar. She's faster than ever, creative and bright, punching out masterpieces live, oh what a sight. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, laugh, and spin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Toy rodeo might peak, he's got a clue that Candace is faster than a racing crew. With a laugh and a wink, she punches on through, and that rug's done before you can say phew. Punch that rug, weave that thread. Candace is miles ahead. Even if Binks decides to play, she's still wrapping up rugs by the end of the day. Rug punch queen, creating gold. Candace's style, bold and controlled. Punch, weave, latch, and spin. Create the Candace always wins. Yeah, punch it, weave it, thread it right. Candace is crushing it every night. With Binks by her side, she's quick and clean. Toy rodeo is also a cool bean. She's got a needle in her hand and a spark in her eye, streaming her world where the threads fly high. Punching and weaving, making it right. Create when with Candace is live tonight. She's got patterns bold, colors that sing, rug punching magic, doing her thing. Even when Binks takes a snooze on her mat, she's still punching fast, ain't got time for that cat. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, latch, and grin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Blue-eyed Binks likes to steal the scene, curling up cozy on her latest creation. But Candace don't stop, she's on a roll, turning yarn, thread, and wool into works with soul. From swirls to flowers, stripes, and more, her rugs are a hit, fans is live, oh what a sight. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end of K. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, laugh, and spin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Toy rodeo might peak, he's got a clue that Candace is faster than a racing crew. With a laugh and a wink, she punches on through, and that rug's done before you can say phew. Punch that rug, weave that thread. Candace is miles ahead. Even if Binks decides to play, she's still wrapping up rugs by the end of the day. Rug punch queen, create and go. Candace's style, bold and controlled. Punch, weave, latch, and spin. Create the Candace always wins. Yeah, punch it, weave it, thread it right. Candace is crushing it every night. With Binks by her side, she's quick and clean. Toy rodeo is also a cool bean. She's got a needle in her hand and a spark in her eye. Streaming her world where the threads fly high. Punching and weaving, making it right. Create when with Candace is live tonight. She's got patterns bold, colors that sing. Rug punching magic, doing her thing. Even when Binks takes a snooze on her mat, she's still punching fast, ain't got time for that cat. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the...
Okay, I figured that is enough of that song. I love it, but oh, hold on. I'm hearing myself. Okay. Good morning, afternoon, evening, my lovelies. How are you today? We are going to continue on with our bunny rug. And Portia, thank you for the check-in and all of the points for the mosaic coaster and the embroidery. I appreciate those. Oh, I know what's wrong. I have no music. No music! Let's get us some chill weekday music going. And that is very loud on my speakers. Hold on. Alright. So, I am just checking one more thing. Okay, so that's working. We are good. Alrighty, so we're gonna start working on the background of this wall piece. And I've made some changes. I wanted, let me show you from the picture. So they have a kind of a walkway right here. You don't see the wheel. I don't know why they cut all that out over here, but you see the walkway here, but there was not walkway all the way down. So I took a ruler yesterday and I have brought that walkway down under this wheel and here at the bottom. And I'm gonna do that real quick before we start anything else, because I think I'm gonna mix these two grays. and make this look like cobblestone. We have so many browns in this rug, I just am trying to find a way to get around the browns. But I've lost my needle. There we go. So I barely have this on my frame because I just want to do this a little bit, and then we're going to move the whole thing and shift it. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh wait, now let me recount that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 different greens. So let's see how that goes. And I guess we haven't started this. Oh, this is Dove Heather. Okay. Oh, let me grab a drink real quick. I was running. Oh, and let me see if I sent my picture from last night so y'all can see a fuller picture of the bunny. Did I send that to myself? Of course not. Hold on. Let me do that real quick. I always think I'm ready, don't I? Always. I am ready. I am ready. So let me just send that real quick. This was before I fixed the nose though, so the nose is now fixed, but we'll use this one anyway. Alright, and then let me grab this now that we have more done so y'all can see it. And ooh. Alright, now that should be what y'all see. Yeah, that's better. So now you can actually see what we have going. Alright. Just making sure we're where we want to be. And you can see that Binks is stalking the birds. He hasn't even asked for breakfast this morning, y'all. He is stalking birds. Oh, and they're hanging out. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can do this. Oh, right when I went to take it, they all went away. The dove was sitting right on the windowsill. What happened, bud? Were they gonna get you? Okay. I've got a mess going here, so let me just work on that a second. Sometimes they come out easy and sometimes not. Alright. So now we're going to take both of these and oh, I thought I had my, did I clean up again? Well, I didn't. So somewhere right here. Not under my keyboard. Oh well, I'm not gonna keep looking for it. We'll just grab another one. So since I'm gonna use two, I'm just not even gonna try to thread it without using a threader. we're going to take these two. Yeah, just not even going to mess with it. And I can't find it, and it was right here. Oh, and you know what? As soon as I look on the floor, there it is. So I did find it before it got shoved under the desk, so that's a good thing. Alright, so what I want to do is over here make a little walkway that comes all the way out, and I'm hoping this will kind of look like cobblestones or pebbles, gravel maybe should be the better word, because it's not going to have like stones, right? It's going to all be mixed. So let's just see how this works. And I am right at the edge of my frame, and I don't have this pushed down real tight, so I'm kind of having to hold it and keep the tautness right there. Oh, and I'm hitting the camera. Sorry about that. And really, I probably shouldn't be going in a straight line. Should be more higgly-piggly so it looks like just gravel. In fact, let's look at that and see. I think we're going to be all right. And I think that is going to give us the look we're looking for. All right, hold on. There we go. Man. I'm trying not to lay my hand and my arm on the thing because I don't have my mat, my cover on here, so it's poking. hit it again. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to move this for a second. Give me just, hey, Mark, how are you? Thank you for the check-in. Hold on just 1 second. I've got to tell Toy Rodeo something. Are you hungry, bud? Daddy. Binksy. Okay, well, I don't have time for this. Okay. It doesn't do it justice, does it? It does not. I agree. Here, let's do this. We'll blow it up for a minute so everybody can see. Now this, of course, is still the back. And I fixed the nose, but I took the picture before I fixed the nose. So there it is.
Where's a piece of paper that you had this stuff written
Oh, well, I was just... There's a C in between there. Do you see where I creamed it in?
Practical, yeah.
Okay. So yes, the colors do look brighter. Alright, so let's just flip this up for a second. We got to see Fancy came into Toy Rodeos last night, and I think she's posted some things in the Discord. And if y'all have looked, we don't count Toy Rodeo. He does not get to count. So the winner of the March Madness was Crown Prophet with the most points, and then Practical Portia also picked Florida, so she is our runner-up. So you can either, I can put my email in here. Well, we have, and cameras don't pick up purples very well in red, or at least purples, I know, but that's why I always post a picture, because it just looks so much better, right? Alright, so I'm trying to see. We're going to work on, I just wanted to do that little bit of cobblestone, because that's how I want to do this. How I want to do this sidewalk. So the sidewalk, I'm assuming, went down, and that's what I did with this little gray over here that I just did. So Toy Rodeo won the family bracket. So he is very happy today because, you know, he's not competitive at all. So Toy Rodeo won the family bracket, and in fact, let's just do that real quick. Here's our family bracket. Make sure my pen has got ink. There we go. So it can now stay on our refrigerator for the next year. So there we go. His is ready to go. I had it over here in case I needed to ship it, but I guess it will go on our fridge. And my daughter had given it back to me right before they moved so that I could keep up with it. So he be flexing today, he is. He thinks he's all that now. And a bag of chips. Alright, I'm going to put my thing on it, and congratulations to Portia for the runner-up. Well done. And so, because she picked the winner also, Prophet just beat her by points. He had more wins throughout the whole tournament than she did. So, that is how you go when you all pick the same one. So well done. All right, so here is our little sidewalk. And I'm not sure, the person that drew this, I appreciate them trying to put in like the highlights and stuff, but they probably should have done that with like a different colored pen, because you have a fence here, and then you have this thing here, right, that's drawn. Oh, y'all can't see that. Hold on. That's drawn right here, this little line. Well, I think that line is shadowing and not a bush. Like, I think it's the sun. Do you see that? How it's got that brown, but that same brown goes all the way and wraps around this end of the house. So it's a little difficult to interpret some of these lines. But what I do know is, whoops, hold on, everything's moving. This is the walkway. And so I'm going to cut it off right here. We're just going to do a straight line because that would be where it would end, right? Across. And it does look like it does come kind of out like this. There isn't shadows, it's just that the grasses start here. And so this is all grass, but what they did is they kind of drew different colors. I mean, they drew lines like for you to use different colors and shading and all that. So I'm just going to interpret it the way I want to interpret it. It's mine. And so I am making some changes. And I'm assuming part of their thought process with this is that the bunny is kind of putting the shade on the house. But that would be that the sun would have to be low. So I'm going to assume the sun is a little higher, which is what I did with all of the eggs. Hey, Toy Rodeo, you did see that there was a family text.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
I haven't.
you need to go look at that.
I haven't looked at, wow, because my phone doesn't ding because I have the volume off. So no, I haven't looked.
All right, so I don't know that I want to put a blob on the house there, unless I just go a little lighter cream than the white. And we might do that. And I am going to higgly-piggly this a little bit, just to kind of make the cobblestones not really have, or not cobblestones, but pebbles. Gravel. That's the word I'm looking for, gravel. And we just threw my yarn on the ground. There we go. All right. So that is it for March Madness. We're done with that one. So now we'll have to think of our next thing. Now I'm wrapped around my light. Hold on. I am all over the place. There we go. So it is Tuesday. What's everybody doing on a Tuesday? Anything fun? Anybody got any big plans? It's starting to get prettier outside. You're playing hooky. Cool. Everybody needs to play hooky once in a while. Yeah, I saw that in chat last night. I was in there. I saw that you were talking about having your cat painted. That's awesome. And she hit 53 followers, or 50 something followers, so she should be on her way to affiliate. So that is awesome. Yeah, I was in hers along with Modding Toy Rodeo, and then Fancy came in, so I jumped over to chat with her. Cool. So you're cross stitching, waiting on your buddy to play Play-Doh. I shouldn't have been so hands-on when they are in virtual sessions anyway. Plate-Up. So is that like a restaurant serving thingy? I haven't seen that one. Yep, she popped in. Not as chaotic as Overcooked. Okay, so I do know Overcooked. We're stalking. You can get them. You can get them. Here, can you not? Hold on. Let me move this a little bit for him. There we go, bud. Can you get in now? All right. I think that will work for our sidewalk, cobblestone, gravel walkway. I think that will be good. So then, at 61 today, you've got all the windows and doors open. How nice. We are okay, I don't know what he just said. I don't know. He's hollering from the other room. Oh, that's cool, Toy Rodeo. Yep, I like that. Except it's a. Hold on just a second, y'all. I probably wrote it wrong. Can see T-H-E, not S-H-E. Okay, sorry. Toy Rodeo is working on the trophies. We needed to make sure we had names spelled correctly. You've received more followers from my arts and crafts community than the whole of the D4 community. Yeah, I think that part of that, and Portia, you can jump in if I'm wrong, but I think that because it is so much harder on for the crafting community to get the follows than it is for the gamers, that I think they are more willing to build community and not every man for himself, if that makes sense. And so they're willing to help support all the others that are struggling and working hard to get there too. And there's not that competition, I don't think. We can all share in the views, we can all share in the raids, we can all share the followers. I think it's just a little different because this category is not as big, right, as the gaming community. And so I think they just are a little more willing to help. It's the same reason that I pull up people, and even while I'm streaming, if they're streaming and they're needing the viewers, then I make sure I stay in their channels. So I think it is an excellent community, and they have been good to me. So yeah, and I do think it's about, yeah, they do follow back more than the big streamers, and I just think it's a really good group of people, and they're tight knit. They're willing to do what they need to do to help others succeed. It's not, we all do our own thing, right? It's not a competition. Just like, with Suze, she's, I was thrilled to see last night that she hit her 50 and that she can be affiliate now, and, that opens up all kinds of things for her. Right. And it's not that the bigger ones don't ever raid. I just don't think they pay attention to, now granted, their chats fly by. So, you're not always going to catch someone maybe that has a channel, right? Their chats flow pretty fast. And Toy Rodeo has gotten, Rax rated him first. That's why he was affiliate in 7 days after streaming, after starting. Because Rax rated him with over 2,000 people. And Of course, that's what overwhelmed Toy Rodeo. He didn't know how to keep up with the chat and still try to play and then be, grateful for all of that. And so that's where I jumped in and was reading his chat to him. But so it's not that they don't raid, and it's not that you don't get new follows from it, right? It's just that they're bigger, and I think too, some of them are very careful what they do because they don't want to set a precedent. Where I struggle sometimes with raids, especially if I don't really know who I'm raiding into, because for me, y'all are my people, right? And I never want. I've raided into a couple that have been rude to some of my people, which I'll never raid into again. But it those are the kinds of things too. You've got, for me, y'all are my people, and so I don't want anybody treated ugly or being spoken to a certain way, because I would never do that to y'all. So some of that rating thing, I have on several occasions thought I am not rating anymore. I do, I still rate, but there have been times I haven't wanted to. Yeah, and Toy Rodeo had one that he raided into. Oh. Yeah, see, and those are those things, right? They just make you go, oh. And I don't do all the bells and whistles that some of them do. And and then I feel inferior when one of those people raid into me that have all the clips that show the other person's channel and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I have no idea how to do that. Yeah, the thing is, Portia, that the two that I'm thinking of are TCC. And that's what was sad, and that's fine. That's just their personalities, and that's their choice. And I learned. So, and they could have been just having a bad day. I don't know. I want to protect my group, and I don't ever want them to be treated badly. I have not rated in at all to the Artist and Makers Club. I need to get more involved in that. So I was looking at this, and this has little handle stoppers that hold the cart up. So that's what I'm doing here. In case y'all are wondering what these are that I'm building. They're like little rests for him to set his cart on so it doesn't tip all the way down. So I'm just kind of doing these so I can get done with these browns. And that's the other thing. Some of these bigger ones, they have, some of them have a lot of grace and say, hey, you can do this, or hey, you should do that. And those are all things we need too, right? I mean, we need to, you don't know everything when you start out. Like my Makoti is the one that told me about TCC. And I will never, ever, I will be indebted to her, because that is what kickstart it for me, because I was doing this on my own, by myself, out here just plugging away. Our family texts are going off this morning now. And Portia's great. She does lots of different crafts.
Your neighborhood just got a whole lot cooler.
Okay, I don't know what just happened there. Hold on. My TV just came on. So we have like 12 different greens that we're just going to play with and pull from. What was that, bud? What was that? Portia, are you there? Are you out of commercials? I just saw you are streamer of the day. I just opened up TCC for the first time this morning. Woohoo! Yeah, you need to go look. Did you not know that? I did see that, right? I saw your smiling face, I think. On the home page. Yep. It's a good thing you played hooky. This is the way. What is it, bud? What is it? Did you take his food? Oh, you gave it to him? Alright, I think I am done with my browns for a while. Thank you. Now, the way they did it was they have sand and different colors. I'm going to see what I can do with just my greens. I have all kinds of greens. Let me show y'all. These are all different colors. So I have lots of greens, all different colors, some a little bluer. These I may use in the trees, I'm thinking. That's what I may do with these. So, what's cool is every one of those are different. So, they just kind of sprinkled different greens everywhere. So I think I'm not going to think about this very much. I think I'm just going to reach over, grab one, not even look. And let's just see. And I think I have a lot more of this one. So I think we're just gonna jump in. I don't know why that's doing that, my sound alerts. So I think I'm gonna follow the lines for now. We can always rip that out, right? We can always rip it out. Now, once I do my outline, we're gonna try to higgly-piggly all this because we don't want the grass to be what draws your eye. Daddy, him was stalking earlier. Him was stalking them.
You was talking to birdies.
So I was getting them.
Was you getting them? Come on, buddy. I love you, my boy. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go to the bank here in just a minute, I guess.
Okay. Bank.
Post office. Yeah, bank.
What you going to bank for? So Portia, does the Twitch artist have anything like what the TCC has, where you can see who all is in the artists and makers? Do they have a list anywhere? I go in and check for updates, but I don't really do anything. I really probably should get more involved. Maybe that's the next thing I work on, is those connections. Alright, I am just going to assume that this starts like right here. I did see that, and I did say yes, that I would be interested. I haven't seen any, you know, when they did the poll, but I haven't seen anything since then. Okay, so do I. Did you do the last raid? I know Supreme did, I think. Oh wow, you were the last person. Oh, you did not. You got some of the leftovers. Oh, you were rated by the last person. Well, that is very cool. Yeah, that one I think went really fast. I think that's why they were doing the poll, was to extend it this time. I'm going straight up and down, but I think I am putting a frame on this. So I'm not really worrying about my straight line. Well, I mean, I am, but not really. I'm out. All right, I have to get on the ladder for a second. And Toy Rodeo left, so he can't even yell at me. can't even yell at me. Nanner, nanner. Okay. So I told y'all that we emptied storage. And I told y'all yesterday that we had, that I had been given all of the family photos. All. I mean, all. I was going through boxes to see what I could get rid of. And I came across my dad's high school diploma, his, what do you call it? His radio commission, which was his DJ license. And my great grandfather's life insurance policy. $11 semi-annually. I was like, oh my gosh, my dad kept everything. But I thought it was so cool. And I couldn't throw it away. So I guess I'm like my father. But I was telling my daughter yesterday, I'm like, oh, I don't know what to do with this stuff. Like my grandparents' 50th wedding anniversary guest album, you know, where everybody signed and, you know, they had a formal 50th and everybody signed the book and it had the list of the gifts and all of that. And I'm like, okay, I just need to throw it away. I just need to throw it away. So now I'm back on. I really want to do a scrapbook because I have pictures of my great great grandparents and I really want to do like a family tree one. I cannot for the life of me figure out how to lay that out, so I haven't done it, but now I'm in a mood to do it again because I came across all that stuff. I'm trying to decide, do I bring this green down? I don't want hard lines. So I think I'm going to let that go. And I think I'm going to take this avocado. Let's see what happens with it. Okay. I'm trying to decide. I think what I want to do, I know, I'm playing with stuff, and these are stuck around my, all right. Oh. All right, well, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it, as usual. I just dropped my, Come on. Alright, and I'm not even going to color that in. I'm going to leave that one just like it is. Then I'm going to come back with this. Now, I do not have more of this. You know what, I'm wondering if maybe we should do pea pod here because I don't have a lot of this. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this right here. keep hitting my camera. There we go. Alright, so I am just randomly picking greens. I think I have 12 greens over here. So we're just randomly picking a green, and I'm trying not to just go with the outline. Did you get to the post office?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
They've got the corner right there all tore up, so that means they're going to be laying asphalt pretty soon.
What corner?
For where the road's going to go straight through.
Really?
Yeah, they had the corner, they've chewed it all up with one of those machines to get it ready.
On this side? Like
No,
when we're going
right
out?
where that, so right where the turn is.
Yes.
Where you go across the bridge and there's
Oh,
water.
yeah.
They have all that tore up now because
Yeah.
they're getting ready to lay asphalt. So that'll be opening up pretty soon.
Yeah. But I just don't, I guess it's only going to go to 156.
Well, it'll still stop people from going through Hazlitt right there.
Yep. Alright, so I'm just kind of higgly-piggly in it and trying not to go in just a straight line all the way, because grass doesn't grow in straight lines.
Especially when people mow it every day.
I know, it's annoying. And that was Toy Rodeo. He's been doing honeydews. We had some Etsy orders that needed to go out, so he ran to the post office. So I'm just kind of breaking this up so that I'm not just going in a straight line over and over. And boy, I'm glad I did not try to do this bigger section with this, because we don't have very much of it, do we? We are running out of it, and this would have been way too big of an area. So this worked better. Switching it to this one. Alright, and then now let's take, so this was our avocado. So we're just working with food today, because I think the one I want is pea pod. So now let's take our pea pod, and we're going to do this whole section right here. I'm just looking at it for a second. Well, let's try it. We can always take it back out if we don't like it, right? That is my motto. In this pea pot I have another skein of, so we should be good there. You see when it takes off like that, that's what that's what hangs me up. And so that's what will pull out of it won't let you punch it in. So if you ever have problems, just make sure that you're checking that it's not hung up somewhere. Because that is what happens. Is it's either hung around my scissors, it's either under my elbow or arm, or it's too tight in here and it tugs, and so it won't go in and stay in and make the loops. So it's not that you're doing something wrong, it is that your yarn is just hung somewhere. 90% it's under my scissors, because I usually keep it in my tray, and probably 8% it's under my arm, and a couple percent it will get hooked on something else or get stuck in the skein. Okay, I do not hear my music. Is my music playing? It is. It just got very, very quiet. What the heck? Alright, so I always go around once and outline. But this big section, I don't want to keep going round and round and round and round, because it will make a pattern in my yarn. And your eye will be drawn there instead of to the main motif. So I'm going to outline it once and then I'll show y'all what I do. What's called higgly piggly. And I know y'all can't see the whole thing on my frame, so I do have that picture to the left of what we had done so far. And somehow Binks the Bingle Kitty, his camera has moved, probably because Toy Rodeo keeps coming over here and messing with him. And he's ripped this out still. It looks like a paw to me, a hoof. So I may have to take that out. So I've outlined everything in this section. So I'm going to come back to about right here, and I'm just going to block that off. And then I'm going to come around here and divide that. And divide that. Alright, so I'm going to start here. Whoops. So I know this looks like a little rabbit. Let's see. All of that didn't punch because I had it under my finger. Alright. And all I'm doing is breaking off these little sections, and then I'll still go back in and fill them in, but it just keeps me from just going round and round and round and not paying attention and making a design. So that's all I am doing, is just kind of breaking this up into smaller bits. See, well, that just made a mess, didn't it? So, see, this way we just fill in one little section at a time, and we don't have that outlining going on over and over and over. So they had done some browns, but I think doing some of these greeny browns is gonna look really good. So now that we're getting into the bigger areas and our main focus is done, then it gets kind of a boring, but it has to be done, right? It has to be done. But if you like visual, I guess it's still called visual ASMR, but I would think you would drop the A. But I know my daughter says that she's watching and she'll look over and just watch for a couple minutes, even though she doesn't have any volume on. That it's just satisfying to see things get filled in. And that's another reason I do the Higgly Piggly, because I've got this huge area to do, but it's satisfying every time you fill one of these little pieces in, right? Alright, I'm just stretching my hands for a second. Okay. I think I'll get a drink. This is what always happens at the end of a skein.
Hey. I sent you a DM.
Yes. No. I don't think. Hold on just a second, y'all. I need to.
I know I spent a lot of things wrong.
Okay. Huh? It's whoever he rated. Okay, so it's not on there at all.
I know.
Okay,
And
hold on, people. Just 1 second.
I tried looking it up.
Yeah. All one word.
All one word. Okay.
And ED.
Yep. All right. So I'll just take out the space and lowercase the b.
And a C. Okay, sorry about that. We're trying to get our trophies done.
Your ears need rubbed. And your cheeks. Yeah, your cheeks need rubbed too. No. I think I got it right this time. Sure looks pretty.
Do you like the different colors of greens?
Yeah, I do. You don't?
No, I do.
Oh, okay. I do.
There's going to be a lot of it.
Exactly, and all one color was going to be kind of bland.
Well, and
It's
I
like
don't...
when you crayon color as a little kid, right?
Yeah. See, they did browns.
Yeah.
I made this look more like pebbles.
Yeah.
They threw browns in. I don't know if I should throw browns in because I have so much brown already.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I agree.
that's where we're at.
Right. E, no space, little p.
And C.
You want me to do the little c?
Well, that's how it's done, but
I can. That's fine by me. Doesn't matter. I'll make the little c.
is it Kai Elison? Thank you for the follow, Kai. I appreciate it. How are you today? Welcome in. How are you? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How are y'all today? How is everyone? Is it? I am so good. Shoyasip. I don't know how to say your name. I'm sorry. So please correct me if I am wrong. This is Punch Needle. So if you've ever seen the tufting that they do with the tufting guns, This is more of a manual, slower process. So you're nearly done with a crocheted tank top. Awesome. That is great. Shoya. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So this one is more detailed than what tufting does. So my main, predominantly what I do on stream is punch needle, and then what is called traditional rug hooking. So that is with a hook. Hold on, I've hit something on my computer. There we go. You're currently learning how to knit. So I learned to knit first, then crochet. And actually knitting is what got me into punching, because I would end up with extra bits of yarn from a skein that I used for whatever I knitted, and I wouldn't throw them away because some of those were expensive. So I kept throwing them over in a basket. And we went to a Fiber Fest in Kentucky, and I saw somebody doing this, and I thought, oh my gosh, that is a perfect way to use up my yarn bits. So that is what got me started. Then after I went down that rabbit hole, because I had to teach myself on YouTube. What would we do without YouTube? After I went down that rabbit hole, then I found out about rug hooking. And rug hooking, traditional rug hooking, it's not like latch hook. It's not with yarn. It's actually with wool strips. So you get felted wool and cut strips. And this, so punch needle works from the back. So what you're seeing is the back of it. And then you'll flip it over and you'll have your loops on the other side. With rug hooking, you work from the front side. And so you would bring this piece of wool up, and then you're just going to keep bringing up strips. So let's pretend I'm hooking this on the front. And you just keep bringing up these wool strips. And so that is how you actually do traditional rug hooking. And then, if you don't like that, you can take it right back out, run your finger across it, and it goes right back to where it was. And I can show you a couple of examples if you're... Alright, so I'm going to show you a couple of different ones, and it depends really kind of what look you're going for. So let me grab I'm going to grab a couple different examples. So the punch needle that I'm doing, well, let's show you this one first. So rug hooking, the one I showed you with the hook. This is what the front of that would look like. Now this hasn't been cleaned up or trimmed up yet, but you can really see the defined loops. Everything's very crisp. And that's what rug hooking looks like. Now, this one, I did a little bit of both. So this one is predominantly punched, which means I worked from the back. Thank you, Shoya, for the follow. I appreciate it. I am working on getting to 200. I am so close. Y'all just made it much closer. So this one is predominantly punched, which means I work from the back. But what I wanted to do, commercials. I don't know if y'all are in commercials since y'all just came in, but I'm going to pause. Okay, great. So this one I wanted to do a little bit of both on. I really liked the wool, the plaid wool that I had. So, excuse me. Let me get a drink real quick. So, I wanted to use this plaid wool for the brim of the tam, the skirt, and the top of the socks. But that's done on the front side. Punching's done on the back side. So what I did was I punched with yarn an outline of the skirt, the tam, and the socks, so that when I flip it over on the right side, I knew where to hook those things. And so that is how I got both in this one. So you can kind of see how much crisper the definition is in the socks, because they're straight loops like that. Now, the other thing I try to do is, you can see direction in these socks, right? You can see how the loops are going straight. Okay, well, you're going to get that same definition when you punch, if you're not careful, or if you want it to be that way. So, like what I'm working on right here, because it is a cart and it would have wood grain, then I have punched it in straight lines, because you would expect to see a wood grain there. So, you can, you would want that. What I don't want is the eye drawn back here to my grass versus to my main subject. So here, that's why I'm breaking it up into little sections and not going round and round and round, because your eye will be drawn to that. So here is the same thing. It's called higgly piggly when you move it around to where you don't, like I could have just gone round and round and round over and over, and these would have had the same outline as the body was. But I didn't want your eye drawn out this way, other than by the color. I still want your first focus to go here. So on here, I do it in little sections, and that way you don't get that higgly piggly look. So it's a lot less defined than the hooking parts, but you can do that with hooking too. And then what I did on this one was this whole inside I punched with this needle, but this outside edge I wanted to mix two yarns together at the same time to give it kind of that overall mixture. So on that, I punched with this needle, which you can see is longer. And so what that did, if you can tell a little, let me see if I can hold it up and show y'all. If you're looking at it flat, this whole inside is a little shorter than this outside. And so this gives it just a raised frame. Yes, the randomness helps with focusing on the subject. And that's what you want, because if you, and I'm notorious for zoning out. And so if I were just going round and round and round and just kept doing that, right? This would have a pattern that outlines her. But your eye, because this has a lot more than this does, would be drawn here and not to here. So by mixing it up, then I keep that focus where it should be. So that's why. Now, the longer your punch needle, so think about, so I'm stabbing down in there and it's creating a loop and leaving that loop underneath on this other side. So think about a shag carpet. The longer your needle is, like Ultra Punch. So Ultra Punch is another form of punching, but it's using embroidery floss instead of yarn. So this one is really cool because it punches at a 1, or you can take that needle all the way up to a 12. And so your yarn is going to punch at this length, like a shag carpet. What that does, though, because you don't cut your loops, is that it will make that more of a watercolor effect, right? Not such sharp lines, very soft, because those loops are so long and they aren't holding their place as well. That makes it longer. So this would be what one looks like that is using the Ultra Punch, so the DMC floss. But it is on the shortest thing. But again, like his jacket, I did in lines, right? But I didn't want the background to have lines. So this is the same thing, same premise. You're punching from the back, and then your loops are on the front. And please ask, yes, it does look softer. And that's when I got to where I do so many things right here, right in front of my face, that when cross stitch, because I used to do really fine cross stitch, it just got to where my eyes got tired so fast. Thank you, Kai. So I found out, so I went down the rabbit hole, right, with the punching and then the hooking, and then I found the Ultra Punch. And so I feel like I get that fine cross stitch feeling without my eyes getting really tired. And I don't have to stay in the lines. And I don't have to count. So that is much better. So what we're doing here, here, let me expand my picture for a second and I'll show y'all, because you can't see him because he's covered up on the frame. Here is the full picture of the bunny. And the bunny's head and his little belly that's poking out between the basket and the jacket are all done in velvet. So I wouldn't put this one on the floor. This one would not hold up well on the floor, even though the rest of it is in wool yarn. Because of the velvet, he would not hold up well. So what we're doing now is just working on the background. And we have a lot of it. So I'm just messing with our greens. And I did fix his nose, so his nose needed one more line on the right side. So that has been fixed. So his face does not look quite so funny at the moment. But that is what we are working on. And you see my little friend in the bottom left corner. That is Binks. Binks is a Bingle. Thank you. And it looks better on the picture than the colors always seem to show up better from a picture than from my camera for some reason. So that's why I put it up there so everybody could see kind of what we're working on. And what I've done here is I've mixed two grays to kind of make it just look gravelly, and that goes all the way down to the end of the rug, or wall piece, I guess is really what it is now. So I have like well, he's tired now. He has a bird feeder right outside of his window, and it was very, very busy this morning, and he's had to stalk them and defend his territory, And they even had the nerve to hang on the screen, to put their claws in the screen and hang on the window. So he's exhausted now. So he was much more active earlier. Oh, bud. Oh, hold on just a second. My husband was trying to print something and the printer was out of paper. All right, so what we've got is 12 different greens over here that I'm just kind of willy-nilly picking from. So it's really how detailed you want to be, how big your project you want to do. I mean, you can do very small things. You can do abstracts. You can do anything you want to do. So I do sell my work. I do take commissions. I did, I'll throw up, if this is y'all's first time in, do I still have, of course I took it down. I do have a, let me hide my bunny for a minute. And I'll throw up, I think I have a folder that has finished rugs in it. There we go. That one is all in velvet. And that was for Science Challenge. This one is in a book. That's the one I just showed y'all in real life. That one is going to be in a book in the summer, The Mermaid, and that one right there. That one was in a book. That is one I'm not quite finished with. Boy, those are moving fast. Yeah, so there's one I did that is not in my completed rugs. Let's see. I just need to put it there and it will show up. I took someone, wow, I don't have a finished picture of it. Well, I'll put this one in there for right now. I did do a commission for somebody that they had me take a painting their wife had done and make a rug out of it. And so yeah, and this is not all of my rugs. These are just some of the ones I have finished on stream. I'm trying to get to see if the other one shows up. I do have a different abstract I want to do. So I have been doing punch needle for about 5 years, 6 years. I didn't do a lot of it, but it got to where that was really what people seemed to enjoy watching. And so I've gotten to where that is really what I do, which I've got probably, you know, a couple of hundred in my brain that I would like to do. So I do not run out of stuff. And I'll show you the one I did with another person that, so what she did was she designed, why am I, oh there it is. She is my neighbor, and I was looking for a rug that I wanted to do, and some of them I draw myself, some of them I do not. The one with the 4 chairs, I did that one. I did the Scient one. So I do draw some. I've got several. This one, I took what she had started and then I changed it up some. And so she painted it on stream while I punched it. This one is going to be in my office. And so it's a good size rug. And so this one hasn't, it's not completely clean. So you can see where my lines are not really popping there, but they are popping here. And that's just because I haven't done the cleaning part of it, trimming it up and making sure it's all nice and clean. So that is the difference in that. And then this one, I actually am making a footstool to match it. And the tree you saw with the leaves that I said was done in velvet, I drew that one. I've done some sorority ones for some of my daughter's friends. So it just depends. But I love explaining the process and I love teaching about it. So if you have any other questions, please ask me. So, let's see. I usually have a timer running. This one I've only worked on stream, and I worked on it, let's see, about 5-10. I would say I probably have about 25 hours into this so far. And it just depends how big the size is, how detailed you're being. This one had a lot of detail with the basket and the eggs and the shading. Not everything is that detailed. And then again, punching on the front end, actually punching, is faster than the hooking, but the cleanup sometimes is longer on the punching than the hooking. So, and the difference with what I do and tufters, if you're familiar with tufting, my loops don't get cut. Therefore, I don't have to do all the gluing that they have to do because they're cutting their yarn, and so it's, you know, short pieces that will come out. This one is continuous, so it would take a lot to pull this yarn out and make a hole. So yeah, this one's very detailed, lots of shading. So it probably took me, I think I worked on the face and one half of the jacket in 5 hours. And then the other half of the jacket, the bandana, and I think his legs I did in 5 hours. So, but part of it for me was I hadn't picked my colors in advance. So, you know, I'm up and down off my ladder trying to get to all my yarn, and I didn't really have a plan. Chat and I kind of picked it out together. Hold on, I don't know what that is going off. And then, so that takes time too, right? Because you sit here and you go, well, what would, you know, should we do this? Should we do this? Should we do this? So that's not all punching. And this is a good size piece. This is 30 by 40 inches. So that's a pretty good size piece. Now, the one I'll go back to, once I finish this one, and I did this one just, you know, because it's Easter themed. The one I'll go back to is this one. And this one is actually for my daughter's housewarming. So I'm nowhere near done punching it. But this is a 45-inch round, and it'll have scalloped edges on it. So it's got a medallion in the center. So this one isn't near as detailed. I don't have all the shading and all of that. Yeah, so I have that one halfway done. Well, maybe halfway. No, they aren't all that big. I have some that are very small. In fact, you know, it just depends what you want to do with them, right? So, like, I have these that are going to be winter pieces in my living room. So they're the exact same piece, and they haven't been cleaned up yet or anything. But they're very small. And so what I will do is wrap them around this canvas and staple that down once it's all nice and cleaned up, and then I can just hang the canvases during the holidays. So not all of them are that big. There is if you are interested in joining my Discord, there is a channel that is called, I think it is called Next Rug on the Frame. And so I have put a bunch of vintage rugs that I have never hooked out there for people to vote on. Whichever one has the most red hearts wins next. After my daughters. Some of those are small and some of those are very large. So and then that just depends on how long it takes, right? So, but if they're not very detailed, then they won't take as long. If you ever have any questions, let me know. I can show you how you can start inexpensively. You don't have to put all the money out that, for all the tools and all of that. Just let me know, and have a great day. And thank you so much for the follow. So when I get to these edge pieces, I kind of have to, I'll break them up a little bit, because otherwise you're still going up and down. Thank you. Okay, so I just keep a little bit out so that I'm not ending up with it pulling. Now, if you've been here for a while, you know that I fight in this corner because my cover that keeps all these, let me move this over a little bit. If y'all can see, these are little tacks poking out like carpet, right? So if you've ever stepped on your carpet tack and how bad that hurts, that's what these are around here, are strips of carpet tack. So they grab my fabric. So I keep the cover on it so I don't get poked, but right here, there's just so much of it going around this corner that it's literally, when I scoot it down, it's all the way back to here. So I'm fighting with that sometimes in this corner, or you'll see me go ahead and slide it off long enough to work on this corner. And so I'll take it off and just fight through the stabs every once in a while, just to okay, so what happens is it makes me twist my arm up under here differently. So I'm just going to pop this off for a minute. Make sure y'all can see that right there. And let's just work on it without fighting that. See, it got caught under the mat. I mean, under the cover. So I need to pull this out. Alright, and I am going to pour me a new drink real quick while we are in commercial. Alright, that's better. Now these colors are much brighter than what I think my camera is picking up. And I don't think there is any way for me to do anything about that. Let's see if that helps a little bit. All right. I think that's looking a little better. I think you can actually see the colors a little better. And actually, I probably should write that saturation number down for my camera. So let me just see real quick. 77. Okay. All right, I am going to, I think I'm far enough away from that corner now to put this back on because I have all these little pokies. All right. Whew, that's much better. So we've done this little section here. So this one right here, I would say carries to right here. So what about this color? Do we want that? So I'm wondering, we could do, this could be a path going off. But I'm really trying to stay away from more browns. I have this really pretty green too, but I think that needs to go like at the back. Let's play with this one. I like this one. Let's go with this one. But let's go ahead and let's do this back area right there. Since it's darker. Let's see what we think of this. This has a really pretty gold halo in it. See if you can see that. Can you see those kind of golds? It's really pretty. So it's like a heather, so it's got some golds and some darker greens and some lighter greens. So I think it will be good right here, and then we can put a lighter green right below it. Alright, so I'm going to do the same. I'm going to just higgly piggly here. Alright, so now we're on the last one of this one. Alright, so I'm gonna try this one. I'm not sure how this will look. I am gonna try it though, and let's see, we may pull this one out. This may not have... Hello, Bish, how are ya today? Did you get your mat done? I am doing well. Gluing and backing. Well, Suze, you didn't say hello to me, but I will say hello to you, and congratulations on getting your over 50 followers. So that should make you affiliate, right? You'll have to put it in our in the Discord for Toy Rodeo. Well, did you eat something good? Apparently so, if you're full. You didn't know you were that hungry. I think I will be hungry when I finish here too. So I heard someone in your stream asking if you were going to keep doing mats or if you were going to do a bigger rug. What are you going to do next? Do you have something on the horizon? I'm assuming you do. And of course, commercial. Okay, why is that pinned? Stop.
What are you doing?
It pinned a message.
Oh. Do you know who? Do you?
I am so trying.
Do you know who I Count is, John?
Who what?
I Count is? That's who won my basketball thing. Crown Prophet
Really?
came in second, yeah.
Oh, I don't.
I Count John. I Count is the screen name, and then John is the name that shows up underneath it, so I don't know. Okay.
Go look it up on here.
But that's the problem. It's not the same.
Ah.
They didn't use their screen name, so I'll have to ask on stream tonight.
All right, so what did I miss that you're having to wait 2 weeks before you can do anything tufting related? What did I miss? Thank you, Mark, for the check-in. Yeah, Sis, I don't know if you heard me. I said you didn't say hi to me, but I will say congratulations. I saw that you hit your 50. That's awesome. I think Toy Rodeo also shouted you out and said congrats. No, same color. In fact, it's growing out. Well, good. I'm glad you can't see that. I change them about every 3 weeks. No, it's very quiet though at this point. Let's switch to the next song and see. Do you hear it now? Oh, wait. Can you hear it now? Can you hear it now? It went to quiet songs, didn't it? There you go. Get zen. Enjoy your zen time.
That last bulb just went out in my office.
So, Bish, did I miss why you aren't going to be tufting for 2 weeks? Oh. Yeah, but can't you tuft and then just set them, or are they too fragile if you don't get them glued? Oh, because you leave them on your frame to glue them too, don't you? All right, I'm going to give you my mom voice. You need to order 2, and when you empty 1, then you go ahead and order your next glue. And that way you never run out. Well, that wasn't very good thinking. Yeah, but what if those just start selling like hotcakes? Because I think they're brilliant. You're going to have to make more. Oh, cool. Yeah. And you like doing the cat one with its little fangs. He is cute. And sometimes it's hard to give a cat life if you don't get their eyes right. So I have 12 greens sitting over here that I am using on this, since there's so much green in this bottom half of this rug. Well, there's lots of greens because there's going to be some greens in the bushes and the trees too. So I am just randomly picking greens. If we end up not liking one against another, then we can take it out. Now, is that with the shipping too? Or do you have to pay for shipping separately? Okay. Now, do you do your gluing on the patio? Because that stuff is strong. I just use this. But you see how much I buy, not a big old bucket. Oh, it doesn't smell a lot. Oh, well, I guess you do, because you do it on your frame. I'm not thinking tufting. Huh. Must be the brand. Okay, so because I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, mine has a smell. Whew. Alright, so this area is actually going to be a large one. So I'm trying to decide. Probably should have thought this through a little more. I was going to divide these by like a sand color just to make it look more like a path. Binks has had a big day. Binks had lots of birds this morning, and he was very busy protecting his little area right there. And they even had the nerve to take their claws and hang on the screen. And they were sitting on the windowsill. It was just a lot of work. So him's very tired. He is exhausted. I need to get him a ring camera though. I mean a ring light, so he can be in the light. He says, I'll be in the light. Put me in the light. Him needs the light. Oh, are we talking about you? Too much? Too much. So I was gonna do a beige, but I don't know, I have so many browns, and I still have a fence up here. I could go with another green. I have this green still that I haven't used. And I think this really dark green needs to stay towards the backs. I may try this one. Let's see what this does. Thank you for the lurk. Alright, should I go this green or, hold on. I gotta go up on my ladder for a sec. Or should I go with, is this your green, the jewel tone greens? This one's really pretty too. It's got a, I don't know if you can see, let's see if we can get it to look. Can you see the kind of golds in there and the blues? It's really pretty. Or do I make it a path? This is kind of a yellowy beige. Do I make it a dirt path, or do I try it with this green first and see what we think? We can try it with the green. Yeah, see, that's what, okay, let's try it. Let's try it and see what we think. I had the cobble, I want this to kind of look like a gravel path up to their door. But then I thought, if we had a path going across, just so many choices. And this thinking we're probably going to want a couple of colors in here. Yeah, I think let's put, the outline's fine, but let's add another brown. So then, do we just want to go a little off from that? Or do we want to maybe put in kind of a reddish, this is like brown sugar is what it's called, but it's kind of a reddish brown for like clay? Or do we just want to do a dark brown? I think we don't want it too different, but just enough would be my guess. Because I think I may use this on the fence up against the house, that reddish. I think that would look good. So, alright, I've got a mess going here, hold on. So there's that. So let's take this and just a little difference in color that way. But not too much, just enough to give it some definition. I'm glad you're on the same page. I think that will work. Yep, I think it's going to be just enough of a difference. All right. So that's just kind of cut over, make us some so now let's, there, take a drink. that's going to give it a little more color and pop. Oops. Sometimes things will stick. Oh, one of these seems to be a little thicker than the other. Okay, hold on. It's falling off. Okay. All right. That's my problem right there. I knew there was a snag somewhere. All right, let's try that again. There we go. Yep, I think that is going to look better. And this one is the color that's in here, and you can't even really tell it. Looks completely different. Okay, I think that will do it for me today. Tomorrow we will work on the other half of the grass and hopefully get onto the house. So, let's whoops. Thank you. Can you see it? And I think that breaks up the greens a little bit. So I think we will we'll get to do, I'll trim it up, I'll take it off the frame, trim it up and move it so that we can work on the rest of the green tomorrow. It won't be as much because we have the big cart. And then maybe we'll get to the house tomorrow. That would be really good. Alright, so thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the follows today. And I hope to see you over at Floating Bento Box and tomorrow. Bye. Oh, yeah. There we go. You too, honey. We will talk to you tomorrow.